Right, back on Warframe. The reason why stream stopped a while is because I went on holiday for a bit. Um, I'm trying to experiment some new stuff. Earlier today, I got Sentient Surge on OcuCore. I made an Instagram post about that. That is lovely. And I want to test that on URL in a moment, but also I'm thinking I want to see Furus Incarnate. This is something I've had for a while, but I just haven't bothered to get it. There's also Angstrom Incarnate, but I don't know if it's like I wish I could view its stats beforehand, but you can't. So I could Google it. Also, I merged my Nintendo Switch account whilst I was on holiday, so that's why I now have two Mark 1 kunais, a Layton, and an MK1 Brayton, and also just a regular Brayton as well. I'm not getting rid of them. I think it's funny, so I'm keeping them there. I would love to one day actually put an incarnate on MK1 Brayton as well, so I could have MK1 Brayton be going to fucking level cap or some shit. That'd be so goofy. In fact, I haven't put an incarnate on any version of Brayton yet, have I? Oh, it's actually tempting. It's actually tempting to put it on MK1 Brayton. I might actually do that. Plus 28 base damage. Plus 4. It could work. It could work. Alright, maybe we'll do that at some point as well, but I need to soma extract for that. So what we're going to do is we're going to get Furus, and then maybe Prisoner Angstrom, I'm not sure. I would love to actually be able to run around with MK1 Brayton high level content. I would love to do that.
Stay sharp.
Furus is better. MR27. Okay, well, I suddenly I trust this person. Okay, well, we found a founder. Right? Later Prime is founder, right? Hold up, Oh, that's... Oh. Where's, It's alphabetical, for fuck's sake. Yeah, it's Excalibur Prime. They don't have a regular Excalibur, what the f... This is kind of cursed, right? Your most used melee is Fang Prime, your most used secondary is Lato, your most used is Vectors, which I really respect. Really respect the Sniper Rifle being your most used. You don't have regular Excalibur, but you have Excalibur Prime. Why? Oh man. Now I'm tempted to actually see if I can make a build for Vector. I really love the design and sound design of Vector, so I just don't think. Obviously it's snipers. I actually found out Site09, wherever his name is, he's going to have an exalted sniper rifle, which is brilliant, because I've literally been asking for that for years. Also I have two Hildrens now. I also have a Rhino and a regular Excalibur. Also default mag. Ureli, where's Ureli? There you are. Right. Also, I'm now a little bit tempted to get her skin. But that does kind of look cool.
Saddle up.
When do they add this to... I swear, some of these simple teams I forgot existed. Anyway, so before we jump into Duviri, we're popping by Samaris.
The multitude of creatures you have immortalized would cry out in thanks.
I think I'm gonna blitz through the rest of Darksiders before we look back into getting back into Phantom Pain. Just because I know that it's going to be a quicker game. Whereas Phantom Pain is going to be very long. Now, part of the reason why Laros was so good with this is because of the status chance that he gave. The unfortunate thing is, yeah, Yellowy does give crit, but it's not as great. However, you really can do this. I really feel like it might be a little bit of a forced synergy. Oh, actually, no, here's a way to make it not a forced synergy. So I just think in general, forced synergies, if a synergy doesn't have to be forced, don't make it forced, right? Of course, a forced synergy is... The example I always go to is Oberon. Oberon's 2, which casts grass on the floor, and then his 4, and then combining them strips armor. Like, there's no law reason for that. It doesn't really makes sense kind of playstyle wise, obviously, but it's a forced synergy. It's a unique mechanic which is only unlocked through using the 2 abilities. Whereas a natural synergy, which is typically more enjoyable, is a Nidus's 2 and 1. Nidus's 2 groups up enemies, Nidus's 1 hits multiple enemies. It's just a good combination, and there's an augment to encourage that. Excalibur's 4 benefits from stealth multipliers. Excalibur's 2 gives you stealth multipliers. I mean, there's loads of natural synergies in Warframe abilities. Some of my favourite frames, Gauss, do actually use forced synergies, because, I mean, the red line is literally forced synergies via ability. But that's kind of a specific niche case. So I'm alright with that for Gauss. Not to mention, Gauss also has a bunch of natural synergies in his kit as well. If your kit is entirely forced synergies, I feel like your Warframe gets boring really quickly. If your frame is entirely natural synergies, sometimes they can feel too difficult to learn. Or they're, due to the design of natural synergies, there's a lot of situations where they don't work well, which is what Valkyrie kind of has as a problem. But when your frame has a healthy mix of both, I think is when it's best, which is why Gauss is the best frame in the game in every metric. Ureli, natural synergies, her passive synergizes with literally all of her abilities except Aqua Blades. How did we even get here to this point? Anyways, my suggestion is make it so that sea snares. I just watched a video about like underrated frames, and they included Ureli on the list, and yes, Ureli is underrated, but they said sea snares is good. It's really problematic. Sea snares is still really problematic. for all reasons Chibiro's listed, which is why I like loyal Marilena. But I think something they could do is make it so that C snares have an AoE, and in that AoE, anything that gets hit is also given the damage vulnerability. Alright, do not use my free, because that just denies me the kills. Brilliant. What I mean is, like, C snares right there, the bubble should have an AoE around it, and anything in that AoE gets inflicted with vulnerability. Problem with this is I need to get my stacks first, otherwise I just can't get a kill. Yeah. Also, I do think this Okiko is slightly overrated. A lot of people say it's like the best secondary in the game. No, it's not. You still, like, look at this damage. This is not good damage. But now it is. It quickly ramps up. Sometimes. Right, the moment you reload, you lose all your damage. This is really problematic. Right, so you really need... Okay, you need all 3 stacks before you can start grouping. Oh yeah, this weapon is way better with lavas. Also, a lot of people say you can just hold down the trigger and you never have to worry about it for a whole mission. You do, because the ammo actually goes down pretty fast. But yeah, this thing absolutely performs quite respectably. You absolutely have to put blast on it though. Its best performance is like this, when you put blast on it. Using lavos. Anyway, okay, so that clearly worked well. Things like, I feel like I want better secondaries for you, really. That's the thing, I don't feel like there's a lot of, like, really good secondaries in the game. I have this Spore Lacer. Yeah, I know it's not quite the best build. This still should, like, work well enough, yet, from what I remember, this is not very good. That performed way better than I thought it was going to, quite frankly. Okay, never mind, this can absolutely put out some fucking good damage. Okay. Right, should we move on to Duviri now? Yeah, so I already have my viewers here. I'm gonna take the Okiko off, because again it's only really particularly good when paired with Lavos, or at least just any kind of buffer. I think it's best with Lavos. I'm tempted to retest Lavos and try to see his performance with it in a high level mission. Also, something else I want to do is I really like the idea of fashioning Warframe characters after Genshin characters. I want to take a look through each Warframe and just think, like, are there any Genshin characters I could fashion them after? Also, like, oh man, I wish I worked at DE. I would give you guys such cool Warframe concepts. Right now, the idea for like a Warframe where I really like the idea of a frame where they weave their abilities in with natural combos, which sounds weird to say. Basically, I mean, can like imagine Tennokai, but instead of a heavy attack, it's a Warframe ability, right? I have an idea of like a Warframe where you use their one, and that puts you in an enhanced state for like a couple seconds. And then during that state, your jump height is slightly increased. Uh, your aim glide has no gravity, and your aerial melee attacks deal way more damage. Like Raffle Advance, like the crit chance buff it gives, basically give it that. Give it that, give it crit damage, give it status chance, so give it all the melee buffs, but it's only for aerial attacks and for melee slam attacks, and also make it so the aerial attacks and slam attacks have an increased AoE. Oh, on top of that, also make it so if you do like an aerial attacks normally like move you. I didn't mean to switch to this. I think they move you slightly forwards, or at least it looks like they should. Right here, I feel like actually. It's like imagine that, but instead of that, it's a melee attack. So instead of this tailwind, it's just a regular melee aerial attack animation that you do. So it's just like a giga buffed melee aerial attack. I think that'd be so fucking cool. And so it'd basically be like a corridor cleaning ability, which I think would be really good balance-wise. It's not a nuke, but it's also not a nuke. I just love the idea of that. Alright. I have a bad feeling if I try to go into do very experience, I'm gonna get people at freeload. People still don't seem to realise there's no reason to go to a do very experience if you're not doing the story. The lone story should not exist on Steel Path, quite frankly. It should just be do very experience on Steel Path. Because there's no reason to do very experience on Steel Path if you're doing side objectives. You don't get any more rewards. All you're doing is raising the difficulty. Which, I mean, if you want it to be harder, then I guess. But doing the lone story only locks you out of side objectives, which then makes it harder. So it's just better to go into a do very experience. It always irks me when I'd say, hey, can we go do story? And people are like, no, they're like insulted by it. I get if you say, oh, no, I want to do this. But again, like if you're in do very Steel Path, you're doing the story. There's no reason to be in Steel Path otherwise. Ooh, Carotino's.
One haunted day in Deviri, Sybil awoke with a thought. If I could destroy what I fear, I wouldn't have to fear it anymore. Can I trust you? I have to. They're everywhere, plotting against
It's been a
me.
while since I've been in
I
do very,
need
I'll be
to
honest.
destroy them. Every
Like a while,
single
well,
last-
months.
What kind of
Let's see if I remember how to play.
monster too? I saw them taking the grave goods into a cave. Fetch them back before the dead get upset.
Well, are the items in this massive area? I thought they were only ever in caves. I think they were in caves, I just never made it to a cave. We need to Sonar Extract, which is in caves anyway. Oh, if we were not on Kalova, that'd be
what
crazy.
had been done in her name. Surely there would be consequences. Everyone's afraid of the Undercroft, even Thrax. It's too close to the void, to him. That's why I.
Okay, hold up. Can I find some Soma real quick? Interesting. Not open mic, am I? It'd be mad if I go in here and no one else does. Way outside for still. What's wrong? Lock on button? One moment, lad. Really good. Seems like a rational group.
The void angels that roost in the Zariman are breaking into the Undercroft.
Oh, we got that.
Repair the damage to keep them at bay. Come on, come on! The void can heal as well as harm.
Oh man, Mactix, his fucking playthrough of Sacrifice is pretty damn great. However, he's done a community post saying that he's halting or slowing down his Warframe uploads. Which apparently some people got really salty about him getting good shit. Like, genuinely, I understand for Salt, because his luck has been fucking crazy. Like, he jokes about streamer luck, it has been fucking wild. He has gone absurdly lucky. That being said, apparently he's been getting toxicity for it to a point where he's now pausing his uploads of Warframe, which I think is such a fucking shame too.
Excellent work. Fight on. Close the ruptures as you would staunch the wounds of a comrade.
So do I have Raffle Advance in my helmet? Because if so, I want to try it on Valkyrie and Excalibur at some point. So both frames I like, thematically and counter-wise. But don't actually get to play much. Fucking aim glided too much.
If the Void Angels break through the wall, their master will be freed. Do not allow that to happen.
The performance will commence presently.
Don't know how long this stream's going to be, by the way. An actual run through DVD shouldn't take too long. I didn't realise it was oh, it said 6. Now it's... Oh, that's because I'm an idiot. Okay. But it said 6 objectives, I remember it being 5. Like in the other battle. But I kind of like love the idea of a frame which is really fully committed to the like ninja concept.
Void Angels
We don't
are
actually truly
unrelenting.
have that yet.
You are all that
Could
is
argue
keeping them
Ash,
at
but then
bay.
Ash kind of
Hold
sucks.
fast.
I've always had the idea of like a Gunzerker frame, where they use their melee weapon, and then after using your melee weapon, you get a buff to your guns, and then after you use your guns, you get a buff to your melee weapon. And it's like an endless back and forth of switching between your melee and your guns. That, I think, would be really cool. It's again, like, what about you activate an ability and it puts you in a... gives you a little buff, or like what, as I call it, an altered state. Then as long as that's active, whenever you get a weapon kill, whenever you get a...
Sybil's fear spiraled. The more she tried to be bold, the greater grew her fear of being found out.
One of us has to kill those tags. Look into that mirror. See whatever's waiting there. You, obviously. Not me.
Yeah, so like, make it so you get a buff. So make it probably start out with with your melee to make the game more engaging. And then when you get a melee kill, your melee buff will disappear after, let's say a base 3 seconds, affected by power duration. But then, the moment that timer starts ticking, you then get your gun damage buff. And if you get your gun damage buff, then that does the same thing, but the inverse. Just naturally encourages you to switch back and forth. And then, I don't know, fucking basically Warframe's other abilities allow that somehow. Really hope these guys aren't abandoning the story now, because if you just it's also really fucking mean to do the first couple stages of the story. It happens sometimes. They do the first, like, 3 or 4 stages, and then they refuse to do the last 2. It's just like, cool, all you've done is waste my time by getting my hopes up, and then fucking off.
There you go. Yeah. That's the good stuff.
There we go, now I'll cover this.
Your void meddlings are forbidden by
That's
my law.
Sybil left fear in her wake. Doors were closed and windows
There's some new
barred,
trees, I hadn't seen
and
that one before.
voices spoke in whispers.
Oh. Now, of course, people may be doing side objectives to get us more intrinsic, which is great. You want to do some side objectives, it's just... I mean, what we're doing here isn't a bad idea. Usually, a good team, they'll have 1 or 2 people go to do a main objective, and then the other people go do side objectives. So that way you get a good balance of decrees as you move through the main objectives. I mean, yeah, me soloing that activity kind of made somewhat sense, but I don't think anyone did any side objectives at that time. Or maybe it was like only 1 which was done.
Whatever's wrong there,
Make it right.
But I don't want to go in if no one else is going to go in, so I'm going to just chill around. Is there somewhere I can get around here? Oh, take Silver Sealer. Oh dear. I think the people are ignoring the objectives now. That really fucking pisses me off. Thank you. Now, if you're coming to Steel Path to Viri just to fucking collect materials, honestly, you really piss me off. You are the worst kind of person. You're just inconveniencing other people. Just leave and do it solo, man. You're literally just a parasite. So at least some parasites are fucking symbiotic, but you don't have the decency to even be around.
To explore Duviri, ensure it never returns. The body is well armored, the limbs less so.
Unique fashion.
Do not hesitate to attack when an opening presents itself. You can attack later.
Look, I feel like that's what I'm talking about is something we need right now. We need more variations in gameplay. Like frames which actually physically play different. So now there's too many frames which like, why would I play this frame when they're a worse version of this other frame? And they both feel the same. Good to play. Like, why would I ever play Violband if I can just play Jade? Right? Probably not the best comparison, but similar enough. For me, at least. Just in general, like, Zephyr obviously kind of has similar ideas to what I proposed, but Zephyr's a little bit clunky. There's a whole thing where like you can hold down her first to continue flying in the air or something. What I suggest would be way better is just simply no gravity aim glide. It's just already use the mechanicals already in the game, but it's exclusive like one mod. And make it so it's just not exclusive to that one mod anymore. I think that'd be good. Got Keratino's heavy and inflicts loads of slash. I made my music compilations, which have not done badly compared to some of my other videos. Thing is, the urge to break the one song per game rule is so strong, especially like Undertale. There are 4 tracks in Undertale, all of which I really want to include. But I can't pick. It's Death by Glamour, Undertale, Asgore, and Bone Truiser.
Fear ruled Duviri, and yet Sybil, the embodiment of fear, was more afraid than ever. Kids terrify me. I keep dreaming I'm at a race, and those pounding hooves trample me to pulp. Maybe if you ran a race, and that didn't
Where's the other gate?
It might be okay.
Where's the other gate? Oh, fuck. Alright, normally I like cave phrases, but this one kind of feels like crap. I don't know if I'm even on the right route now, right now. Where the fuck? It's so hard to see the path. Yeah, I seem to have missed a bunch. Or not. That was so fucking awful.
The adoring crowds.
Even as her plans led to disaster after disaster, Sybil was more afraid of what might still come to pass. I ordered a man executed. I was sure he was conspiring against me. But now, I'm afraid he might be innocent. You have to stop the attacks before it's too late.
Is to ensure my freedom from
Oh god, these people don't know how to fight Blurvo. Oh, for fuck's sake. I was right on the edge of completing the actual fucking objective.
For your crimes, do you feel the lash? Each time you rise, betrayer, fool, each time it is I who shall cast you down.
Also, I think we should have a Warframe that summons a squad of minions, and they then deal damage based on how much healing they do. So that way, it's not like you have to be their only good when playing with extra teammates.
Worthless collaborator. Fool. You gave him precisely what he wanted. Dignity.
So otherwise, if you made a frame which can only deal damage if you're playing with teammates, then obviously that's very problematic.
You were never on my side to start with, were you? All along, you've been plotting with them, siding with them, preparing to betray me! It's time for you to be afraid!
Our mutual friend waits with my Orpheus. If you desire to subdue this oral worm, take it.
For an instant, as she shed her pitiful human form, Sybil was no longer afraid, for she had become fear.
All Duviri lives in terror of the oral worm Sybil. Subdue her, so that Duviri may have calm, if only for a day.
Get back!
The oral worm cannot...
Right, lag might fuck with us here.
Use the Orpheus and find a way to force it back to its lair.
That's in the way. Okay.
Crawling on me!
You are nothing more than a passenger. Seize control.
Alright, we got it. quite frankly, I don't get why DE put like a limited timer on this. So the only way to really fuck this up is if you just so happen to possess them at the very moment where like have the edge of a map, and therefore it's physically impossible then. It's either physically impossible to succeed that section, or it's impossible to fuck up. There's no in between. It's literally just running in a straight line. Also, I'm not a fan of how the Aura Worm is immune to status effects. That means a lot of weapons, if they're built for dealing damage via status, are useless.
Gates are your salvation.
Also, like, this existing makes me think he really should try to do raids again. Oh man, has anyone told Mactix that Warframe used to have raids? Again, I like the raids. I think it was really stupid to delete them. I never thought they were great, but I didn't think they were worth deleting from the game. Rejecting.
What happened to my legs? What happened to me?
Like, Pandora is way better than Hines for this. I am really hoping that Sight, with his Exalted Sniper Rifle, has something like Lervo, where it's just a damage share mechanic. So otherwise, if he's generally just a frame with an Exalted Sniper, he's going to need something in his kit to allow him to share that Sniper Rifle's damage. Or maybe you could give him Mark for Death, which might as well just be the same thing. Give him a cooler version of Mark for Death.
Emotion is no longer in turmoil. The calm of the true warrior has prevailed.
I might stick around to get some Tsosoma with it.
No, this is much more
Or
interesting.
Marina Simulacrum. That's fucking awesome.
Quite unpredictable.
Right, they all want to extract. I'm gonna stay put.
The trick is keeping busy.
I want to get some Tsosoma extract real quick. Tsosoma spawns typically at the entry points to a cave. Some caves it also spawns on the outskirts or inside it. Now, do I actually have a good memory of where? Hey, this one has a good bit of the same as well. Can you use like 30? Did I just say trick? This isn't part of the thing, this is... Oh. I think it's marking that, but I don't know where else to go right down it. I'm not that desperate for Silk Sealer, but it's free materials. This isn't where I just was, is it? I think it might have been. Regardless, I don't think there's any to say. I think I want to go out and get my rating. If people are saying I really don't need the Angstrom, then get a Furious and then get a rating.
If I may, might I prevail upon you to lend aid to our animal friend?
Also, by the sounds of it, we're going to do Veery with our Drifter, and I'm really not a fan of that. If they've done that just so they can improve whatever half-baked romance mechanic they're going to have, I'm not going to be happy. I mean, in general, I'm really not a fan of the whole Drifter even being a thing. Obviously, I think simply having our Tenno grow up over the course of a game would be far, far, far more compelling than incoherent multiverse bullshit that still hasn't really been decoded. Still don't really know what the fuck happened with it. You still don't know. And quite frankly, I think he thinks we know, which is why I'm still really pissed off about it. Because I think we're never going to get an explanation any further than what we've already got. Right, I'm pretty sure I saw a second cave. This is where we just were. Yes. Here he is. What the fuck is with all this arcane materials which I can't use? Has Magic's actually gone to Duviri yet?
Let's go.
He hasn't shown any of his videos, but the thing is, he is clearly doing stuff which he is not posting in his videos. Oh, thanks, game. For example, I don't think he ever did a video playing through Octavia's Anthem, but I'm pretty sure he's played it.
Oh, there.
Is Octavia's Anthem even a mandatory story quest? It has to be because Hunhound's in it. So if you don't play it in chronological order, then it makes no sense.
Oh, a hapless beast, sorely afflicted. Help them, oh please help them do.
I think you might as well head back now. I think, let's put it this way, we could have gotten a fucking epic anime plot of Uncle Teshin training us as we go into adulthood. What we got instead was an incoherent multiverse adventure where, fuck it, now Drifter and regular Tenno operate the same body at the same time somehow. I feel like just by describing that, it should be really evident which one's the better option. Motherfucking casting of Frank Stone. I did not have high hopes for a DVD story game. I did not have high expectations, and they were still not met. I did not play the game. I watched it on YouTube, but if I had played the game, I would have been fucking insulted. If I had to spend money on it. As is, I was just sort of annoyed that I wasted time watching it. Because it was not very good. I do think it's a Supermassive's best game since Until Dawn, which I really want to do a playthrough of that. I have it. I already bought it, so I can do it whenever. I do think it's the best game since Until Dawn. People saying it's the worst, I think, are really forgetting how bad the Dark Pictures anthology is. And the next installment of that is not looking up. They've started releasing teasers for it, and it's not good. It's not looked like a good trailer. 25 to say. Right, all we need is one more Duviri run. And we can probably get Brayton, I think, after that. Oh yeah, I was quite liking the first half of the game. But there was a lot of mysteries and stuff, which I was setting up, which seemed cool. Problem is, a bunch of those mysteries just never got any explanation. Now, the thing is, it will be... I like, of course, having like a mystery which you have to solve upon further contemplation. What's his name? The fellow that makes videos on all things Supermassive games. Who has like the jack-o'-lantern head as his avatar. That guy. He made a video on Game of Course, and he basically explained how Augustine is Christine, which absolutely does make sense with all the evidence he showed. However, some of the other stuff he suggested has big holes in it.
Locked up inside my own mind all these years, frightening me with their tricks. Now I need you to make them afraid.
So, like, he says something which is fun is that you get to solve the mystery after playing the game by looking at all the evidence, but there's self-contradictory evidence, so you can't really draw any conclusions.
Maybe if you ran a race, and that didn't happen.
There's some things which suggest Augustine is a regular person, there's other things which suggest she's also an eldritch entity. there's not enough evidence to really conclude either way. Yeah, then like halfway through the game, they then introduce multiverse and time travel within literally 5 minutes of each other. Literally, there's one scene which confirms the multiverse, or is it the other way around? I think the scene which introduced time travel came first, and then literally like less than. Yeah, so you reveal time travel, the Horologium scene, and then there's one scene of like one character having a conversation, and then immediately the next scene after that reveals a multiverse. Like, holy fuck.
What had been done in her name. Surely
Story
there
just
will
goes
be
completely off the
consequences.
rails in record speed. And then beyond that, on top of that, they then start fucking about with ghosts and spirits and shit. But the way Frank Stone comes back, after, it's not a spoiler, you kill him in the demo of the game. So it's been known that he dies at the start. For months now. The way Frank Stone comes back is, first of all, in the 80s, in the branched universe of the 80s, so it's an alternate timeline, and in the past. They unveil the last hidden remains of his victims, and through those, there's no explanation for it, just through those he then reconstitutes and becomes like a ghost. Which, fucking brilliant. So that happens, and he becomes like a spooky ghost and hunts down people in the 80s. And for some reason, film him with a camera then hurts him. Why? Never really an explanation for that. They film him on camera to get him to go away. And then because they film that on the camera, Augustine then collects that film, even though I'm not quite sure how she even got it after watching that sequence several times. It's the footage from a different universe. And so if she needed the film reel from the people... But no, she can't have a film reel from people in that universe, because they split it up at the end. So there's no way for her to get her hands on it. Fuck me. They show at the end that they split it up. Vowed to never reunite them. So then there's no way she could have gotten her hands on them in that universe.
The more she tried to be bold,
Fucks.
the greater grew her fear of being found
So I
out.
think that's a plot hole. I'm trying to think through it right now if there's an actual explanation for that. I don't think there is. I think that's just a big plot hole.
After what I saw that time.
Yeah, they vowed to split it up, and then she just has it. But yeah, so she puts together a film reel of a video of Frank Stone's ghost trying to kill them in an alternate universe 80s. And then through that video, Frank Stone starts approaching the camera, and he then bleeds through the camera, and he becomes like a half... PS5 is too hot, apparently. It's not very hot. He becomes like a half-formed zombie stuck in the wall. And I think it's impossible. Someone has to get sacrificed to him. And I think the game pushes you towards it being Stan. Yeah, Stan. I don't think Stan can survive the game. Yeah. So it's best to have Stan die there. But technically no characters can survive because of the ending. So the zombie in the wall eats Stan, and then that allows him to become a fully formed zombie, and then he comes out of the wall, and there you go. So Frank Stone is revived by multiversal bullshit involving ghosts and fucking movies. I would be a fan of it if it was its own thing, but this is part of Dead by Daylight canon. And I do not hold to Dead by Daylight dearly. I think I've made that very clear. But I think making it so this is canonically how Frank Stone makes it to the Entity's realm is very goofy. Very, very goofy. Of course, at the end of the game, all of your characters either die, get sacrificed, or, which is just the same as dying, or your characters end up at the campfire and are brought into the Entity realm. I think the game demystifies the Entity. It doesn't explain anything behind the Entity, it doesn't explain its motives or anything, but it still manages to demystify it. By introducing the multiverse and potentially implying that Augustine is another Eldritch thing. And kind of just having multiple Eldritch things in the universe kind of just devalues the Entity to me. So yeah, I think the game's story actively makes the Entity less interesting. So I think it's basically failed in everything that it wanted to do. But I think the first half of it is fun, and so that's why I don't think it's their worst game. Like, Man of Medan is just awful all the way through. Whereas this game, like, if it just stopped halfway through, and before the multiverse was introduced, I'd be like, oh, I mean, that stopped very suddenly, but cool. There's, visuals are a step up from previous games, for the most part. Supermassive are known for having really uncanny valley graphics, and they refuse to fucking listen to a criticism and try to change. For the most part, all of their games up till now have had that. After Until Dawn. Until Dawn was pretty good, if I remember correctly. I think we'll see when I play it. Quite frankly, maybe after I finish what we're doing here, we'll go install Until Dawn and play Until Dawn. I don't think I can bother saving it for Halloween. Also, I realised, of course, the buffs to Cold were also buffed to Citrine. That's cool. But yeah, the thing is, like, Man of Medan, people forget how awful Man of Medan is. It is bad. Really, really bad. Just every amount of game is awful. Everything. But one thing which Frank Stone did is they did improve on the Uncanny Valley graphics. It's definitely still there at times. But there's actual other parts of the game where things admittedly actually look really good. I mean, obviously, like, just like the general graphics and the scenery and stuff looks good. It always kind of has, though good relative. I mean, like, it always looks very detailed and realistic. Does that mean good, though? Man of Medan is certainly not fun to look at. But Frank Stone, I would say, is actually consistently interesting to look at. I mean, you have several different time periods depicted, which definitely each has their own visual flair, which is fun to look at, I suppose. Each of the time periods are different in tone, which is well handled. The 80s is way more chaotic and way more dangerous than the modern timeline up until the end of the game. GAT's dealing with a spooky ghost, Frank Stone. And then in 2024 we have to deal with a real one, but that's at the very end, so... Literally, Frank Stone is only unleashed in the last 10 minutes of the game. I think it's, yeah, literally in the last 10 minutes. What have you done? What the fuck have you guys done? Is it Colorvo? If it's Colorvo, then fine. If you've gone, like, back into the Undercroft... Okay, it's Colorvo. Fine. You can fucking fight Colorvo. Can you not even block his attacks? Ow. But the thing is, Man on Dan is just awful all the way through. The first section of the game is about establishing the characters, which it does awfully. Loads of Uncanny Valley. None of the characters compelling. A few things just do go on fast. Then you get to mid-game, which is... there's a bunch of mysteries, but the mystery isn't really interesting. The moment you figure out that it's the gas, which is the enemy, the game just shits the bed. So then the rest of the game is just incredibly boring. That's just it, the rest of the game just ends up being incredibly boring. So then you know what the problem is and how to solve it. So there's zero tension from then on. And then also, like, just from like a choices and mechanics purposes, it's just awful. Like, you can lose Disputed Cap from losing a single quick time event, which will kill all of the characters. So that's great.
Kulavo, kneeling? What did this drifter do to deserve your respect? Do you think you've won?
Is that... what is his name? Is it Maximilian? The Ballast voice actor. Right, they told me to turn off my PlayStation. But, I mean... I don't know if I ever take that seriously, really, because it's never been a problem. You know what? Real quick, I'm gonna Google it, see if, like, should I even take that warning seriously? I mean, I probably should. PS5 too hot warning. Yeah, I probably need to... I probably do need to clean the PlayStation. The thing is, PlayStation specifically designed... I think it might be a shady tactic like what Apple does to deliberately... It feels like the PS5 is specifically designed to just be awful at handling itself. Because, like, the panels are angled in such a way it's basically impossible for PS5 to not get really dusty. It is specifically designed to get as dusty as possible. And then apparently cleaning it, from what I've googled it, cleaning it is really dangerous. I'm saying unprofitable, this was not. I've googled it before and people say we're like cleaning the PS5, it's very easy, just fucking break it. I haven't tried it myself yet because I'm just fucking scared to. But people said that if you're not very gentle with the fan will break and then you've broken your PS5. So I don't know, I'm scared. Right, I did say anecdote right there, but then where's the actual objective? Oh, fuck me. This? So is that guy inviting us to go into the craft as a side objective? Alright. Brilliant.
Fear ruled Duviri, and yet Sybil, the embodiment of fear, was more afraid than ever.
You have to go to the place where bad dreams are real. The Undercroft. Whatever's wrong there, make it right. Hurry!
Things like my PS5 is not, I wouldn't describe it as hot to a touch, it's like warm. But it's not like radiating heat, it's definitely not burning my hand or anything like that to touch. But there is heat there. Right, my PS5 is not really an enclosed space. It's on top of a cardboard box, which I get could be problematic. Thing is, space is at a premium. There's literally nowhere else I could put it. I feel like it's in just about the best spot it could be, so I don't think placement could be improved. Yeah, so my room has a carpet, and I knew that's bad. So I've got a cardboard box out, and I've placed it on top of the cardboard box, on top of the carpet.
But the environment itself.
So I'm not that fucking stupid. I don't know how good cardboard is for it. Probably not the best, but I mean, it's the best I have. I mean, I've never had too many issues with it fucking overheating. That shit only started when I was playing, what was it, Xenozone Zero, and then since then it's been PLC appearing. Which is fucking brilliant. Maybe Xenozone Zero just burst my fucking console or something. I still look into Xenozone Zero every day, but I have not like actually played any more of the game. It's not really why I don't find it fun or anything. I do quite consistently find the game very fun when I do log in and like play the new character trials. You know, I don't know if I can play 3 fucking gacha games. I'm definitely not spending any money on the game. No way. No way. But I don't know if I can tolerate having to spend resin on 3 fucking games. I've really kind of given up on resin spending in Star Rail. All I do is I have one domain I go to. It's the domain which gives you swords, which you need to blade and Clara. I've just been running that for like the last 2 weeks. So I now have enough trace materials to basically fully level up Blade and Clara, both of them, like 10 times over. I have fucking hundreds, or even like thousands of those materials now. I've also done a little bit of Jing Lu's artifact domain, but I just don't care. I'm so sick of spending resin in Star Rail. I'm just sick of Star Rail in general. If I hadn't spent money on Star Rail, I probably would have stopped playing it by now. Because it really is fucking hopeless. It's a really bad situation there. Star Rail went downhill fast. Like, Star Rail was seen as like a Genshin can never gain. It was seen as, oh, it's Genshin, but it's better in every way. And it's very quickly gone downhill to be like, fucking hell, this is insufferable. Even like prominent figures in Star Rail community are like, yeah, the game is not good right now. Like, I watched a guy that was like previously like a Honkai Star Rail lore guy, and he just said, yeah, Penacony was fucking awful, man. He made a video explaining everything which is awful about it, and he's basically pretty much 100% right on everything. Some of the other things he did mention though was just like how bad the dialogue is. So yeah, remember, I think I did fall asleep on stream because of how bad the fucking dialogue was in Star Rail. I fell asleep on stream. It was only like a couple minutes. But I am pretty sure I fell asleep on stream listening to Robin talk. And I'm really sad that it was Robin, so I like Robin. This is that seems just so fucking awfully tough.
Periodically, life support will appear. Use it only as
The characters have just enough to make me really want to like them. And there's always something which is just really fucking bad. Genshin kind of also has that problem, but I do think Genshin, quite frankly, does a better job in about every way. So I'm not saying Genshin does a great job, but it does enough to make me want to pull for the characters. Beyond just like, oh, I need every character in the game. Like, a big reason why I pulled Mualani is just for like her personality. So, I mean, I am at the point with Genshin where I do not need to like make any more teams. I'm not at that same point in Star Rail. But I'm at a point in Genshin where any character I pull is just like a new way to have fun. It's not to make a new team. I have pretty much at least one team of every single like reaction you could possibly think of at this point. So I'm only getting characters for fun, and that's great. I've got Mulan, even though I have Nervalet. And right now I think she's actually very close to outperforming my Nervalet, even though she's not fully upgraded yet. In fact, she might outperform my Nervalet. I don't know. I can never remember how many hits does Nervalet actually do with this Hydro Pump. My Mualani currently hits for 100,000 damage on every special attack thing she does. 100,000, whereas my Nervalet hits 20,000 for every like individual hit from his beam. So I'm not sure exactly how it compares. The thing is, Nervalet is one of the most well-built characters on my account, whereas Mualani has one of my best goblets and an okay crit damage circlet, and that's it. Her other artifacts are unupgraded and not that good in the first place on top of that. She does have a level 90 weapon mode, and she is also level 90 herself. But yeah, so far I think I'm happy with how powerful she is, and her playstyle also works really nicely.
Even as her plans led to disaster after disaster, Sybil was more afraid of what might still come to pass.
Things I can smell something which smells like cooking, and that fucking smell always comes up, and I'm always scared that I'm about to burn my house down.
Look into that mirror. See whatever.
I'm always scared of fucking electrical fire.
You, obviously.
Well, trust it, it's not. Why doesn't the fucking gun stun thing work?
are you really? Why do I hear whispers in my head when I look at you? Why are your eyes like that?
You find the power statue. What? What the fuck are they on about?
Our mutual friend waits with my Orvius. If you desire to subdue this aura worm, take it.
For an instant, as she shed her pitiful human form, Sybil was no longer afraid, for she had become fear.
The aura worm Sybil
Who the fuck
flies
actually
in the
fights
starry
Eidolons
terror of
nowadays?
the storm. Lightning Fang.
Does anyone? Okay.
All fear her.
Its fingers are like slugs.
I want to go to a back first.
Overcome its mind.
Brilliant. That's why you don't go to a back first. Why can't I? Oh fuck, is that? I'm at the very back, okay, well. Skiller shoot. Oh, but, well, we're all lined up now. And I'm dead. Fuck me. That's kind of like entirely my fault. I cannot blame any of that on the key. Skiller shoot. Oh dear. See, Outer Wilds community, that's how you're supposed to fucking react. I made a post on the Outer Wilds subreddit and I got fucking crucified. Just fun, the funny thing about Outer Wilds is you'll get crucified for criticizing the game, except if you criticize the DLC. Because I never realized it before, the Outer Wilds community is filled with, let's be generous and call them fucking amoebas, which are basically people who never played any other video game. They played Outer Wilds and maybe Minecraft and maybe Terraria or Stardew Valley. That's it, like they play Stardew Valley and Outer Wilds and nothing else. And then they think they're game design majors suddenly.
Be alert. Worms have many tricks.
Whilst I'm glad that you are correctly say that Outer Wilds is like the best game ever made, it's also very annoying that you say other things. Yeah, it's just very annoying you say other things, which are then also not true, which then makes your other take about Outer Worlds being good seem really stupid.
The Tenno seek to assist you. The weapon they have sent is inelegant, but devastating. Find a mount, or perish.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no, are we good? I'm in a weird purgatory in between. Great. Alright guys, well, hope you got this. I can't do anything, I can't fly or anything right now. It might be Duviri that's making the game hot. Now that makes sense. I mean, look at this. Maybe it will calm down once I switch to some regular game. But yes, I made a post basically explaining how the nerfs to DLC, which I've always fucking hated, is for one criticism I have of Outer Wilds. I've gone out of my way to try to find criticism about Outer Wilds. The best I can come up with is things to improve about game, not criticisms, but like ways that this could be better. My main one being that like you should be able to categorize the ship log based on characters as well as planets. So there should be rumor mode, there should be the map mode, and then there should also be like character mode. Just so that way it's easier to keep up with each character. Because a lot of people don't pay attention to the characters and therefore miss out on a lot of the story. That I think that'd just be a great change. Yeah, it's not criticism, it's just something I think the game could do better. Right? But my one actual criticism of the game is the changing of the DLC stealth sections. They were fucking amazing before, and now they're just alright. They nerfed the shit out of them. So I went on the Outer Wilds sub, I explained how, and I explained I think the reason why we did change these is because of people complaining on this subreddit and elsewhere, and these people have skill issues. So these people say it's objectively bad design when it's not. And I got dogpiled. Pretty bad. Oh, well, that's the thing. The comments were extremely fucking hateful towards me. Like, really bad. Upvotes-wise, I actually got upvoted, which is interesting. So the silent majority agrees with me. That's what I figured out from that. But unfortunately, it is a silent majority, which means I'm still very much open to getting bullied. So there are loads of comments bullying me, but the actual upvotes were in my favour. Of the post, at least. I also was getting downvoted in the comments. I'll admit I was combative, but that's because these people are being combative towards me, and also they have shitty takes. I think if you're talking to someone with a shit take, you're allowed to confront them for said shit take and be a little bit hostile towards them. Like, if someone's saying something which is bait, it's fucking bait, it's supposed to piss you off. So if you let it, you're not really doing anything wrong. You're not a bad person for falling for the bait. So I was miffed about this, and so I was just one of these people, not in a way I say things, like, I'm not going to be nice to you, I'm also not going to be rude to you. I'm just not softening my words. If I think you're stupid, I'm going to say, I think you're wrong here, mate. I often try to diffuse things with humour, in that way to remove attention, but I don't like lying to people. If I think someone's being a twat, I'm going to tell them that. Oh, I never did. I never, like, outright insulted anyone, but I did get a lot of people outright insulting me. I told people, I was saying, like, your problem is a skill issue, because it is. A lot of people basically proved me right. Yeah, so a lot of people basically proved me right, without realising it. And I forgot what I was saying. I hate that so much because it makes me look stupid. Like, I told these people, I'm not insulting you when I say you have a skill issue. I mean, I get the phrase has been used in an insulting way before, but I made sure I went out my way to emphasise, when I say skill issue, I don't mean in an insulting way. I just mean you have a skill issue. Which is fine. Everyone has a skill issue at something. The problem is when you blame the skill issue on the game and say it's objectively poor design, and as a result get one of gaming's best sequences reduced to not being one of gaming's best sequences. Because beforehand, Outer Worlds stealth sequences were incredibly well designed. They were fucking wonderful. They were the best section of the entire game, except for the ending. But because of the nerfs, they're now just... they exist, and I can't say much more for them than that. They're still nice, and they're still kind of fun. But like... they just pale in comparison to the original. That's the thing. A lot of people who've played it since the changes, they're like, oh yeah, well, I don't mind it. But of course you don't. You don't know what the original was like. And I totally get that. Like, if you play right now, it doesn't feel like it's missing something if you're not aware of what it is missing. But if you're aware of what it used to be, and you replay it now, you will be like, wow, this is fucking dog shit compared to what it used to be. Why did you do this? So it's not bad, but what was the original was way better than what is there now. It's just deeply irritating that people... it's like how Doom Eternal got nerfed. The DLC for Doom Eternal was notoriously difficult, and then it got nerfed, and it pissed off like the entire Doom community. And I myself felt that playing through the Doom Eternal DLC. I was like, this is noticeably way easier than the rest of the game now. Not great. There's a couple moments of the game which was still very hard, like there's the double marauders and shit. I'm glad they still kept all of that. God, they got rid of all of that. That's the thing, yeah, that's what they did in Outer Worlds. They got rid of the double marauders. They got rid of everything interesting about the design. But again, if you look back at Point Crow's playthrough, there's a section where there's 2 enemies at once, and they will team up to get you. They removed that in the reworks. They removed that. Now there's only 1 enemy there, so they removed an entire game mechanic, an entire awesome way that 2 enemies work together in a stealth section to trap you. They completely removed. It's one of the best designed levels just ever in any game. And they deleted it because people were bad at it. And people basically explain, no, this is why they did it. They said on a podcast. And they explain the reason why they did it. And the reason why they did it is a rephrasing of what I fucking said. So these people are basically agreeing with me. And proving me right on the fact that they have a skill issue and are in denial about it. But they're still refusing to agree with me. It's so fucking annoying that people are just unwilling to recognise their own skill issue. And then because of that, dragging down an actual fucking one of the best games ever made. It's so sad to me. Let me see how our post is right now. Right, I currently have 21 upvotes and there's 150 comments. That is including my own responses, I think. But 150 comments and most of them are hating me. There's a lot of people who also agree with me. And a very consistent thing is that people who agree with me actually have a way to say that they agree with me. Whereas people who disagree just say, fuck you. And little more than that. There's a couple people who try to argue, but then their arguments are just fucking awful. And so most of my ripped to shreds. There's a point where I just got tired of responding to people, so I just stopped. Yeah, so the Outer Wilds community is very much capable of toxicity, which is very sad. So I really would hope that it would be above it, but it is not. It is not. It is very much capable of toxicity. Yeah, so, like, the question I just posed for those people, none of them are ever going to see this, but the question I pose is, do you want every game to be designed for people that have never touched, explicitly designed, like, specifically target audience? We want these people, and we don't care who else plays our game. We want specifically these people, right? Every game ever, right? Let's give them towards people that have never touched a gaming controller before, never played the game, never watched the game, never watched a TV show, they have not touched a games controller before, they don't understand what a three-dimensional space is, they lack object permanence. Let's design every game ever made for this audience. How quickly do you think the gaming industry will die?
Okay.
It will die before I even finish that fucking sentence. It will be dead as fuck. So game design, which you're fucking lobbying for, is what we call boring game design. Right, so we have 40, so that's enough for 2. And we have a Soma. Hate is tempting me, 'cause does this do... I don't think it does, but does this do what Stalker's thing is in the quest? Yeah, no, I really like that. I don't think it does. I feel like if it did, I would have seen that. What's a kunai do? Oh. Overboard is also a beam weapon, isn't it? Yeah. Whoa. Huh. Okay. Furious.
Here's where it gets interesting.
MK1 Brayton. Yeah, not even going to do regular Brayton, just MK1 Brayton. Let's go.
Stay sharp.
Also, I was still at it. Oh yeah, Astrobot released. I didn't really realise this is like an actual game now. There's an Astrobot game which released on. It came with a PS5. It was like a tutorial for a PS5. Is this Astrobot like a previously established character? Or was this his first actual game? I think it's the first actual game. It's basically, yeah, it's just Mario, but with a robot. It looks like Mario Galaxy, but with a robot. If it's good, then cool. But his inspirations are very blatant. And so, yeah, this is taken from a character which I think was just made originally just as a PS5 tech demo, but then I guess people liked it. Let's wishlist it, sure. Deal Mania. Let's wishlist Black Myth Wukong as well. Some more clips I've seen of it seem cool. Well, I generally wish that it was games which were a little bit more deserving of being the widely recognized ones, being the widely recognized ones. It's the sad reality of the world, but of course, you don't get what you ever deserve. The world is not fair by any means. Everything is just random chance. It's all chaos. Wait, uninstall Outer Wilds. I'm keeping Journey installed because I might just play Journey at any point in time. I'm installing Until Dawn as we speak. So already 11% done. Yeah. The corruption alert schedule. Right, where's Furious? Furious. Why can't you put it on the Dex Furious, man? I'm so fucking mad at the, Yeah, first of all, the lifesteal mod doesn't... I've gotten over that, because the lifesteal mod is nowhere near as valuable as it used to be. Like, back in the day, that was the only source of lifesteal in the game. So the Furious used to be crazy valuable for that. Of course, now it's nowhere near as valuable as it used to be. Where the fuck is Furious? Am I blind? I think I'm blind. Oh, he's here. Oh, I've used Furious more than Cylon? Okay. Fun kid. Yeah, let's just go then.
Operator, do you know
Let's not go then.
the corpus used to
I like the
control
Furious design.
the index? Nailed
It's a really shiny magazine. Oh, will we put like gold on it? That'd be cool. It looks better just with silver. Let's give it a slightly different tint there, just more colour. There you go, a tiny bit of like soft gold. This is a standard Tenno weapon, so let's go just blue. Great. And then MK1 Brayton. Let's find a Brayton this. Oh! Boltor. There's the MK1 Brayton. I also now have 2 MK1 Parises. Don't know how that happened. Am I gonna invest a bunch of former into these weapons? Probably not, no. I'm getting these for shits and giggles. I'm not about to try to make the MK1 Brayton the best weapon on my account. Look at that, that's so cute. Plus 28 base damage, that's going to take us all the way up to 46 base damage. We've channeled a big... Oh, shit. Is Empowered counted as a channeled ability? Because according to the visual UI, it is. I'm trying to think just like what good channeled abilities could you make us work with? Right, I don't know how I'm supposed to build this thing. Interesting. Right, so we do have Winds of Purity. I'm probably not going to go for it. Ah, of course. That's not how that works. Until dawn, ready to play. That could work, right? And fuck it, Toxin. Firecracker, Lethal Torrent. And we have 2 empty slots. That seems pretty good to me. I'm anticipating using this weapon anyway. Right, what are the evolutions? Base damage, of course. That does apply to the Incarnon as well, so that's nice. Oh, so we might want to go for electricity instead of toxin. Unfortunately, the evolutions aren't. The first one's great. The latter, not as great as I was hoping. I think you're best just going for base stats transfer. That's unfortunate. Wow, that Razorback's gone down fast. Just a couple hours ago, it was fucking 12%. Wow, that's been going down at like more than 1% per hour.
Vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
If we can avoid alerting them, this may be easier.
Let's go.
But honestly, I'm mainly getting Furious here as a weapon for you already.
You found a target. Capture them quickly.
Brayton's for shits and giggles. But, I mean, I do like Brayton.
We cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly. Mission complete. The
I don't know if I can be able to level these weapons today, though, because I've already done a bunch of leveling today. My form was Yokiko like 3 times. This has a really high fire rate. It can be a good thing. Get everything calm a bit.
Beneath the forest floor. This can only mean one thing. The Silver Grove is nearby.
Let's just go. I need to get water.
My Warframe is strong.
When in Cetus, do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your tongue from the roof of your mouth the following morning.
Right, I'm supplying both robust there. 200 damage per hit. I have a feeling that in this case, a lot of enemies you hit are just going to be dead before receiving triggers. So I'll go for this, actually. Right. Time for Lavish to do some work. Actually, I have a feeling this Octocore build is probably actually his best build. I don't know if I've quite made the best build for him, but yeah, this is it. The augment here, it is not affected by power strength, but it is affected by power duration. For some reason. Which is a good thing. So this gives it like a 36 seconds duration, which is pretty comfy. So that way, you can just keep an eye on your 4's cooldown. If your 4 comes off cooldown, it's time to use it immediately. Pretty much. Until Dawn is installed. Great. When am I going to play that? I think Until Dawn, I feel like is really a game you should play it all in one sitting. But it is... Is there one game which is there Supermassive's one game which is like justifiably long for its price, right? All the Dark Pictures games, they cost like 50 fucking quid and they're less than 5 hours long each. Until Dawn is actually like 8 to 10 hours if I remember correctly. It's the only one of their games which is of an actually respectable length. So I feel like I should play it in one sitting. I don't know, we'll figure it out.
All set. Service Joe.
Things I wouldn't want to play it right now, because then we wouldn't get through a whole game in one sitting. And I wouldn't want to play it tomorrow either, because tomorrow is Monday, which means I'll be doing all my weeklies. on the reset. Let's see how these perform. I didn't moderate them.
Your weapon.
The Aquacure setup with Lavos is really fun. I strongly recommend it. You can use the Aquacure as a primer for its abilities. Sure, I have plenty of catalysts right now. I can spend this. Right. Low status. No fucking polarities either. We're not going to need punch through on it. So we won't get shred. %30 status chance. Yeah, not the best. I have more than enough adapters. I say that as my last one, but I can go buy more than another 10 if I want. Lavos makes any weapon work with condition overload because yeah, we can just use his infusion. Considering how strong that infusion is, I'm expecting both of these weapons to at least perform adequately. Yeah.
Your enemies have grown fierce.
Infused blast.
That you have learned.
They have just
US
shut down all
first.
systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way.
Alright. Alright. That's not good. And we're back to normal mode.
Life support on the way.
Okay, we might want viral.
Life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Something you have to keep in mind is, of course, with the damage buff I'm getting here, compare this to how you to how Ureli would perform. This buff is probably better than anything Ureli's going to do. What we're getting from Lavos here. I was not expecting to be one-shotted. Oh, that is a slow fire rate. Maybe I should have kept it more of an eye on what I was modding. Right, that's comically slow. You're at.
Prepare for life support.
That feels nice though. I actually like how slow that is. We are getting enough kills to keep life support. Something I discovered, magnetic is actually fucking cracked now. Look at that. Get some more people who are grouped up. Uh-oh. Also, with this Occucore setup, you use your 4 not as a nuke, but as a tank buster. So you use your 4 to get rid of any particularly pesky enemies. Wasn't quite as powerful against the Acolyte as I hoped it would be, but good enough. I mean, as you can see, other than that one time we got one-shotted, this build does work pretty well.
Extraction is available if you
Right, we're 5 minutes in. What's our KPM? Not awful. That's like more than Octavia. In 5 minutes, it's like a little over 60 kills per minute. Which, yeah, is genuinely like more than what Octavia gets nowadays. Not bad, not good. All things considered, not bad either. We finished both, right? I think we did. But yeah, this augment and setup might get me back into using Lavos. So do I have Arcane Blessing maxed out? So I really feel like you should give more than 1,000 health. If it does, if I do have this on max level, I feel like it should be buffed. I feel like this is enough health to justify using it.
And so we learn the importance of clarity and purpose.
30 enemies without reloading. It's cool it actually, I don't know how long that's been, but it's cool it actually details right now. And it tells you your ammo maximum under magazine.
Operator? Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
This is actually possibly genuinely actually good. Four more status effects. Okay.
If I may say,
30 enemies without reloading, we can absolutely do that. So we did that in that run. We just did.
Yes, you asked for.
Oh yeah, earlier today I watched these cheap fucker speedrun world record on Minecraft. Pretty good. Good run. It's like 52 seconds. Really respectable.
These are worthy
Like
foes.
4 or more status effects could be difficult, but I'm pretty sure Nautilus alone is going to be actually apply. Oh shit, maybe I should bring Doriga. A Ophidian Bite. Toxin corrosive. Okay, so if we infuse electric onto Ophidian Bite, that gives us 3 status effects. So we just need 1 more for Furus to get that.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Right, already halfway there. That's not right. That's also not right, but fuck it. I'm pretty sure Nautilus is trying some for us anyway. There you go. Brilliant. Right, now... it was viral we want, right? Thanks, Nautilus. Thank you.
Get ready for a capsule.
And that is why you run Nautilus with Larvos. Right, which is probably better for KPM? Furious or Brayton? Probably Furious. Neither is great though, quite frankly. I'm not impressed by this Furious. I was expecting better. I acknowledge this is not the best build, Furious, but still I was expecting more from it. Why did I just infuse gas? Why did I do that? Genuinely, why did I do that? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm scared if I play Until Dawn, I have a bad feeling. I genuinely have a problem with my hands. They shake a lot. And of course the entire point of the game is to never fucking shake a controller. I have a bad feeling I would get everyone killed. So I'm pretty sure the fate of almost every single character in the game is ultimately down to don't moves. Actually, I do already have full spoilers for Until Dawn. I'd love to do a playthrough of Detroit, but I know everything in Detroit. I've pretty much memorised the entire fucking flowchart of Detroit, so there won't be much point in the playthrough. I probably would get bored of it and not finish it. I could go out of my way to try to do some wacky playthrough or something. I could do Evil Connor. I could go out of my way to do a bad playthrough. Or an evil playthrough. Only staying in here as long as I have to for this. What the fuck am I doing? I want to best make these in game bombs. I already have gas infused. What am I doing? Also, if Larvos could stack the infusions from the passive, if you could have multiple going at once, that would be great again. That would be great. I would love to see that. That's not how you fucking make blasts. Still not how you make blast. I'm so fucking... my muscle memory is so used to doing gas. Of course, gas is the best one to use with your 4. Not sure about the blast changes, maybe. Probably still gas for the lingering AoE though. Also, a burning smell in my room, I discovered it was from neighbours who were doing a barbecue. So also, I realised I need to sort out dinner for myself. Now, you might say, oh, we had a way better KPM that time. I'd also point out that the moment I pulled down the inner dem, I got about 100. I completed that challenge for 150 melee kills in about 5 seconds. I'm pretty sure it was inner dem doing the work there. These weapons are now fully leveled. Yeah. So. That's nice. That's applying a lot of status. Right, let's do a little bit of testing to see how these weapons perform. So zero former, I doubt I am going to bother formering them. Maybe the Furious, probably not the Brazen.
The multitude of creatures you have immortalized would cry
Though
out
we
in
do
thanks.
need to get some fire rate on the Brazen. This fucking default fire is fucking tragically slow. This doesn't seem all that impressive. Then you remember it's an MK1 rating doing this. Suddenly you're like, holy shit. I refuse to put hunting munitions on it. I refuse. Now let's actually put our fucking weapon damage buff on, shall we? Do you have condition overload on? I think we do. I can see that was actually pretty fucking good. Once again, MK1 Brayton. Let's see how it does with its regular firing mode though. Now with our buffs stacked up. I mean, numbers don't lie. Fucking 2 or 3 headshots. Sometimes. Alright, rating is respectable. Right, it's also pretty respectable. Alright. Blast infusion, how's that go? reminder that the infusion here makes it so it inflicts a status proc on every single hit. Right? So that's 35 times our multi-shot. Procs of Blast. So both are respectable. Both have slots missing in the build. Fuck, we don't even... Oh, yeah, we don't even have... Do we have Target Cracker? No, we don't even have Target Cracker on. Okay, of course, Target Cracker is a pretty sizable damage buff. So Furious stands quite a lot of room to grow, quite frankly. So that is good. I cannot be bothered to get like the other damage arcanes here, like Cascadia Flare. Everyone says it's great. That's cool. I'm happy for you all. I can't be bothered to get it. I cannot be bothered. Before I had secondary income though. Oh, Cascadian Powered. Right, so Furious is definitely a solid pick. Let's try it without Laris's crazy good buffs though. Let's try with some more middling buffs. Needs to take a break in mode. Yeah, I can't deny how good that is. No, that is a maxed out Arcane Blessing. Gives you an extra 1,200 health. Wait a fucking second. Everyone's talking about that on Frost. What about that on fucking Gauss? Oh, fuck. That's 40%. So it's more than the current one I have on, and it gives strength as well. Oh shit. Let's slap for some real quick. Thank you, Nourish. Bosh, bosh. I was gonna say, why does this feel different to my normal build? It's because we're lacking the potion boost. That did trigger Ice Storm. Does it max out at 12 stats? Oh my god. Okay, so this is actually kind of big for Gauss. I mean, it's not huge. I'm saying, oh my god, it's not actually all that crazy. Yeah, it's not even all that crazy. This will increase your thermal thunder damage, which is already enough to one-shot any enemy. It will boost your nourish, so it will improve your energy economy, which is kind of unnecessary. So really, overall, it's just a slight boost of power duration. It's 4% over the last one, but it gets rid of the requirement to have your shields up, I suppose. So it increases your duration by an extra 4%, and it gives you an extra 40% power strength. Just unfortunate, power strength doesn't matter all that much. Still, that's nice. I'd like to get that. Trying to think what that was added with. Was it added with Jade? In which case, how the fuck do you get it now? If it was sold by Ordis. I'm gonna Google it.
Otis finds it odd that humans only get a few years to live, yet spend most of that time
Doing everything wrong.
learning how to live.
Purchase from orders in the Drifters camp. What? Orders got moved here after the event? Where? Am I blind? Where's orders? Like, where the fuck is orders? I'm blind, here he is.
An ancient
Hiding.
text says that if Ordis is excited.
Right, thanks for that. Ah. Shit. Yeah, it's cool looking arcane. I don't know if I'm gonna spend however many hours that's gonna take. There's a 20% chance to get per run of a mission if you kill the sister. That's 5 minutes-ish per run. And then you get, what is it, like 20 something per run? I'd need another 20-ish. So we're looking at like an hour or two. Can I be bothered? Can I? It wouldn't be that bad. It's a fun game. If you got me in a better mood, I probably would be willing to do that, but I don't think I am right now.
Of course. For now.
Because I already had like rank 1 of it, right? You know I'm an OG because I went there to go get my arcanes. Right, so we need another 16. I think you get 24 thingies per run. So it would take like 50 minutes. I think, with a good team. And also I'd want to run Steel Path. Also, if Runa could work with it. Problem is, Runa's RNG based. It's less than a 50% chance?
The walls of this cave are saturated with Jade's final energy, her motes. The Corpus have no shame, and they aim to harvest her motes for their own twisted purposes. But not if we get to them first. Defend the filtration system. Bring the mote collector online. Defend it.
Alright, my friend just fucking... He saw my story. I shared one of those things, just like, oh, here's a list of a bunch of different games. Which game could you not go around? Blah, blah, blah. Pick your 5 franchises. Keep 5, the rest have to go, wherever, that kind of thing, right? I circled Final Fantasy, solely because of Final Fantasy 7. Mario, Resident Evil, Metal Gear Solid. Yep. I don't remember. But he's now messaged me in all caps saying, play more Final Fantasy.
Starting elevator ascension and
Let me break down why I'm not going to play more Final Fantasy, at least probably not this year. First of all, he keeps fucking telling me to do it, and so that makes me not want to do it. That's the most simple reason. Secondly, I need to fucking focus. Where are the
Those
sister beacons?
beacons are set up to summon a sister of Parvos. If we meddle with them, she is certain to arrive.
Completely wasted that one. I like to try to find the beacons first. Unfortunately, I'm not the best at it, especially when I'm not focused because I'm busy talking. I think I hear one. Yeah. Okay, so audio cue is good. Okay. I remember that. It'd be really helpful to learn that during the actual fucking event. Yeah, further up. How much is it? It's like 30 each restore. Right, second thing. From what I can see, every Final Fantasy has a lot of similarities. Every Final Fantasy seemed to... I thought something very unique about Final Fantasy VII is the fact that it also had a lot of sci-fi elements in it. And a lot of its fantasy elements are also quite light. Quite frankly, Final Fantasy VII to me is more sci-fi than fantasy. And that's something I really like about it. From what I can see, that is not even actually all that unique to Final Fantasy VII. And that's not a good thing for me. I feel like I would, not only would it would make me devalue Final Fantasy VII, take away from what I like about it. But it would also feel like repetition, quite frankly. You make me wonder, why am I just playing worse Final Fantasy VII? Secondly, money. I don't have the money to buy fucking 50 Final Fantasy games. Secondly, they're long, so I can't just casually play them. You know, each of them are at least like 20 hours long, as far as I'm aware. Some are probably monstrously long, like 50 hours. It's literally a JRPG. Not to mention, yeah, they are JRPGs, which means gameplay-wise, I'm probably not going to be impressed with them, so they're probably just going to be worse Persona. And also, just, yeah, I'm not really all that interested. I don't hear nearly as much about the other Final Fantasies as I do for Final Fantasy VII.
This is a really bad idea on your part.
Why can't I cast abilities? Ah.
Now that we've reached the top, they will stop at nothing. Protect the castle.
10 modes. Well, that's for the killing reward, that's not for a whole mission. The only enemies that can slightly resist the gals are excellent. Where everything is felled by a couple of Sunders. Why is Thermal Sunder fucking bugging out on me? Why isn't it letting me back fast? Right, how many motes is that? 28. Oh, melee mentalist. Cool. Also, quite frankly, I've caught some spoilers. Like, the main Final Fantasy I was considering play was Final Fantasy X, and then I caught spoilers for the ending. To some arsehole. So now I kind of have, I think, probably the most major spoilers of Final Fantasy X. Something about the protagonist of the story, which I won't say here, because it's a spoiler. But I caught a major spoiler regarding the protagonist. It's like, yeah, it's not a great spoiler to have. Which means I'm pretty sure I just know how the game ends as well.
The walls of this cave are saturated with Jade's vital energy, her motes. The corpus have no shame.
Also, a simple fact of the matter is, I'm a fucking variety gamer. I'm not going to play fucking JRPGs all the fucking time. I already went through that with Persona. I already fucking did that. And the reason why that's possible is because each of the main Persona trilogy are actually very different games. Yeah, not gonna lie, my friend constantly telling me to play Final Fantasy is getting on my nerves, especially when he's fucking not playing Outer Wilds. I can say quite confidently that Outer Wilds is a comparatively more valuable experience.
The capsule is ready. Onward and then upward. Otis has preemptively supplied you with unique air support. You will be able to jump higher. Have fun.
Sass?
Those sister beacons are meant for the Corpus troops to call in backup. Otis fears they have cut power to the elevator. Find ionic charges nearby, or else we will be going nowhere.
I hear one again. Yeah, I did see it. Alright, there we go, we got all three, we can focus on the objective. Look at that vertical reach! Oh my god! I think Thermal Sunder actually has the highest vertical reach out of any power game which has a vertical reach. But did you fucking see that? Also I have Metal Gear Solid 5 right now. Like, my gaming backlog is already big enough. I don't need to be adding several JRPGs to it. Quite frankly, I just have other shit and better shit to do. But again, I'm quite critical of Final Fantasy VII, but the redeeming factors for it, for me, which make it one of my favourite games ever, I doubt would be present in the other Final Fantasy games. Not to mention, I also think other Final Fantasy games would make said redeeming traits to me less effective. If I'm going to play them, it's going to make me retroactively like Final Fantasy VII less, then no way am I playing them ever. And I fear that could happen. So, I don't know. Should I tell my friend this? No, because I know he's not going to listen. He's not that kind of guy. So, quite frankly, I think I'm just going to air him on the front. If he ever pesters me, I'll block this fucking stream with it. I'm considering Final Fantasy X, even with a spoiler, but I'm not fucking spending 24/7 playing JRPGs.
My Warframe is strong.
I have other shit to do. I'm already playing fucking Genshin and Star Rail count as JRPGs as well, let's be real. So I'm already playing 2 JRPGs literally every day. I don't think I'm actually helping you that much, but I feel like... Oh, whatever. Look how fucking cluttered that minimap is. Oh my god. Alright. Okay, it's 20. Was again, like, I probably wouldn't have played Final Fantasy VII if it didn't have all the reverence for it that it did. But I didn't go into Final Fantasy VII knowing that it's like recognized as one of the best games of all time, and that I would also have it be one of my favorites. I probably wouldn't have played it, or I might have given up partway through. Why didn't Nourish cast? I probably wouldn't have given up partway through because I did like what I played at the start of it. But the more time goes on, the more and more I hate Tifa as a character. Again, at first, I kind of was like, alright, but I kind of liked her at the start of Final Fantasy VII. And as time has gone on, I went indifferent to her, and now I outright fucking hate her. Tifa's great in Traces of 2, she's better in the book than she is in the game. In the game, she's kind of a bad person at times. She does some really horrible stuff which she never gets called out on. Like Twitter fucking defense.
There's gonna be livid when she hears it was me who took you out.
Don't gun on Final Fantasy 7 for a bad idea. Profoundly toxic.
We're almost done. One final stretch. We have to get the capsule to its structure.
It's really funny watching noobs get the game and get Gauss and be like, oh my god, I love Gauss so much. But it's like, they're not physically capable of playing Gauss like this. It's just kind of funny to me. It just goes to show how great Gauss is. But even though they're physically incapable of playing his bestest and the most intended, I think, builds, they still love him. Because he's just that fucking good. Gauss is just incredibly well designed.
Is secure, and the enemy has been denied Lord James.
So level 20 here. Play Elementus, it's not you anymore, game.
An ancient text says Odys is ready to assist. It is done.
So we need that to say 19.
The walls of this cave are saturated with Jade's final energy. Her motes. The corpus have no shame, and they aim to harvest her motes for their own twisted purposes. But not if we get to them first. Defend the filtration system. Bring the mote collector online. Defend it.
I'm a really big fan of Borges being our voiceover character. Again, Lotus is maybe like my least favourite captain. Rewatching the story from Mactic's playthrough makes me appreciate her a little bit more, but I still think she's probably just about the least interesting character in the whole cast. I think it is so shocking to me that Final Fantasy VII community is so toxic. Because first of all, I realise what I just said is going to clash with what I'm going to say right here, but Tariff is just so obviously the right way. It is fucking astounding to me that Clotilde really exists.
Now we can escort it up the elevator. The elevator's power lines have been severed. You'll have to supply power manually. Find ionic charges scattered about. You do not want to take the stairs.
3 times speed. Where'd that come from? Is there a way to speed it up further? I can hear the beacon. It's louder when I'm on this side, so. Things like Gauss is making the same thing look.
Keep triggering those beacons, and the Sisterhood will attempt to eliminate you. Orders would like to see them try.
Why does it always just sound a little bit different?
For the Tenno.
Drop it there again. Of course, I put this piece in my best game soundtrack list. Throughout the process, trying to pick pieces which are a little bit less obvious. Like, I picked Bury the Light, which is obviously like the most obvious piece to pick. But it's Bury the Light, man. But I felt like Ascension was a solid pick. I don't want to just pick the most obvious thing that praise me for how smart I am, how based I am. No, I want to pick something unique when I can, at least. But I can't just not pick Bury the Light. That's the problem with the one piece per game restriction. Here. Okay, something else good. One problem with this arcane is also I'm going to have to remember to use Thermal Sunder before I need to trigger a freezes before I first trigger Thermal Sunder. I mean trigger Red Light. So otherwise we lose the duration for first use of Red Light. Also, I keep cutting myself off, forgetting I was talking about something. I really thought Final Fantasy 17 would be way more mature, considering it's almost like a fucking 30-year-old game. But no, it's one of the most immature I've ever seen. Wild to me. Like, you can write a very extensive essay about why Aerith is brilliant and why Aerith is brilliant. You cannot do the same for Cody. You can't, because it's just not true. It is quite clear that Clotie is popular for sociological factors, not because she's there. Something I really hate is when people are confidently wrong. That's why I always am wary to make sure that when I say something I'm right. So I would hate to be committing my own biggest pet peeve. If I said I fucking hated when other people are confidently wrong and I was wrong myself, being pretty confident about it, I make a very constant effort to always challenge what I'm thinking myself. That's why it irks me when other people don't.
Guess what? By the time I'm done with you, you'll never form a consonant again.
Now that we've reached the top, they will stop at nothing. Protect the capsule.
Let's go on the offensive.
All it takes to get rid of the pesky Exmai Thermal Sunder is just like one strong shot to get rid of it Overguard, and then boom, the next Thermal Sunder will wipe him off the face.
Mission complete.
16? Oh, we got the blueprint. Does that now mean I have all 3 weapons? Fuck. I thought that would have been enough. Alright, I got an RT game video to watch. My throat hurts. I'm not going to talk anymore.
The walls of this cave are saturated with Jade's final energy, her motes. The Corpus have no shame, and they aim to harvest her motes for their own twisted purposes. But not if we get to them first. Defend the filtration system. First things first, defend the marked collector, while it siphons motes from the cave.
My Warframe is strong.
help you jump higher. The capsule is ready. Onward and then upward. Starting elevator ascension and... they have cut the power. Otis is afraid you will have to power it manually. Look for ionic charges. Operator, those beacons are set up to summon a sister of Parvos. If we meddle with them, she is certain to arrive.
teach you the value of breath and blood. We're almost done. One final stretch. We have to get the capsule to extraction. Extracted the capsule. Mission complete. Operator, when Jade left us, this area was infused with the light of her motes, a power the Corvus were to take for themselves. Not today. Ordis has gained control of the mote converter. They work for the operator now. Protect it. Protect the collector while it draws motes from the air. Ordis would hate for more of Jade to be turned into terrible weapons. Onward and then upward. Ordis has unilaterally enabled air support that will boost the height of your gallant leaps. Enjoy! Ordis fears they have cut power to the elevator. Find ionic charges nearby, or else we will be going nowhere. What have you done? That was a sister beacon. Do that again, and one will join the fight.
The secret to success with Gauss is to not use his tube. Just don't use his tube. Just don't use it. Like, I at first thought, but how am I going to survive? You will survive. You'll be fine. Without Gauss's tube, trust me. The whole point of Gauss is that everything is too busy being dead to hurt you. He does not need his tube. Not at all. And like, now we have companions, and also he can run fast. Like, Gauss should not be dying. He's one of the most survivable things in the game. Which is why I think quite shallow describing him as a fast rhino is quite possibly the smartest thing she ever said. She made a resurgence recently, and I think she then just like immediately quit again. Something. I think she's... Did she say she's not going to make any Warframe content or something? I don't know. I remember she came back, and then I feel like she disappeared after like 10 minutes, and she never came back again. I don't know. Also, this is a problem.
Hey, sweetie, guess what? By the time I'm done with you, you'll never form a consonant again.
We're almost done. One final stretch. We have to get the capsule to extraction.
Also, a whole, like, using multiple thermal sunders thing also is not a problem to use multiple, because you should be using multiple anyway. You should be moving really fast, and therefore covering new ground, and therefore having new enemies to nuke. So having to spam thermal sunders several times to take out Neximus is not a problem. It is if you're a simulacrum hero, but don't be a simulacrum hero. There's no point in being a simulacrum hero. Being a simulacrum does not get you any rewards. There's even some, yeah, best method. I'd much rather get Jade parts.
Whatever the Stark Nights are beautiful here. The stars, the hush of the tree. Goddess remains. This cavern is infused with Jade's motes. The Corvus have set up mote collectors to extract Jade's energy from the air. Due to brain dead the security protocols, the collectors are under our control. Operator, defend the first one. Bringing the mote collector online. Defend it!
I think the description of Gauss as a fast rhino is fucking perfect. He is, in a lot of ways. Gauss is just basically just pure power-crept rhino. I mean, look at their one. Gauss's one is a better version of Rhino's one. That's literally it. It's just Rhino's one, but better. Costs less energy and it has a stronger effect. Gauss's 2, very similar to Rhino's 2, except also I'd say better. Very still shit, don't even bother using it. And then instead of, I mean, Gauss does have Thermal Thunder, which does give you a damage boost if you have the augment. If you don't have the augment, it's just the best nuke in the game. You know, just the best nuke in the game. And then Gauss instead has his 4. Effectively replace Gauss's 3 and 4. I mean, Gauss's 4 is equivalent to Rhino's 3, and Gauss's 3 is equivalent to Rhino's 4. Once again, Gauss's powers are pretty much direct upgrades, except for Raw. Obviously, Raw is very good in its own right. That's the one thing that like Rhino is good for is Raw.
You do not want to take the stairs.
Oh, okay, we got all 3.
We will counter.
Auxiliary elevator inbound. Full of corpses. done. One final stretch. We have to get the capsule to extraction. Mission complete. Whatever the Stark nights are beautiful here. The stars, the hush of the trees, the sun. For now.
And we're done. I mean, I should check if there's anything else I'm interested in.
Suggests advising the locals. Otis is ready to assist.
Arcane Battery seems cool, but I feel like there's like maybe one build in the whole game that would use this. Also, same for this. There's not a lot of value in tank buster powers in Warframe.
If orders can be given, I am.
There really should be a filter on the arcanes for like arcanes which can be upgraded. Really appreciate that. Regardless, let's slap this on.
You may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you. Ha ha.
So the advantage this gives is it's slightly more duration. It's 4% more duration. It also gives us 40% strength to help with that, which means slightly more damage, and it also means slightly more energy. And it removes the shield restriction, but then it adds armor restriction that we need to be successfully nuking, pretty much, which is not that much of a restriction. I'm not sure if Gauss's 3 works with this. I hope it does, but I'm not sure if it does. Regardless, there are 2 ways to get this going. So yeah, it really didn't take that long. So I'm glad I did that. That was fun. One thing about game mode is that it is vertical, and that's cool. I almost feel like it's too vertical. I feel like it's too much, too fast. It's just kind of long, and to me, I don't know, I feel a little bit out of it when I play it. Also, there's no pressure to actually defend a point, which also doesn't help to me. And if I... There you go. That's 17 stats. And that's 20. Boom. Maximum power duration. That gives us maybe like an extra second. On our red line. But it means more damage and more energy efficiency. Sometimes you need to be inconsistent like that. I don't get why it happens. It's probably some kind of hit restriction problem, like what Overrun has. If DE ever add a line of sight restriction to Thermal Sunder, I will actually quit the game though. I don't mind DE nerfing shit. What I do mind is them nerfing stuff which shouldn't be nerfed, especially when it's something which I like. Again, Gauss should Grendel should never have been nerfed. Things to be wary of here. So as you can see, those last ones there, those weren't counting towards it. See, it is 15 seconds, so it's... Oh no, that is counting. Okay. Odd. Right, let's run a 5-minute survival of this just to test it.
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
Alrighty, so what is 40% of 30? 12. Yeah, 12. So it gives us it gives us 12 seconds. How does that compare? Alright. I'm just going to bust out a calculator for this. Right. So 30 times 1.36, 40.8. Okay. So it gives an extra 1.2 seconds to it. 1 second. 1 extra second of red line. Let's go. And it's going to be even less for Nourish. Okay, so Nourish now has 35 seconds. That can't be right. That can be right. 35 versus 34. So yeah, Nourish only gets one, literally straight up just 1 extra second. But the energy multiplier okay, so 1.6 times 1.4. An extra 0.64 energy, which is that brings us so close to 3 times energy. So that is nice. That right there, that's big. That's not a little bit more energy, that is definitely a notable bit of energy. An extra 0.64, that is nothing to scoff at. That brings us from 2 1/3 to almost 3 times. It's just shy of an extra 2/3 multiplier. So yeah, that's a pretty nice deal there. And it also increases the viral damage bonus, which is arguably a bad thing. Arguably a very good thing. Depends on your build. What we're going to do is we're going to blast Epitaph, and then we have to hold.
They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
There you go, that's 20. Red line. And what we're here for, Nourish. And now we have Gauss's nuke. Even better than ever before. Look at that energy. Waff. So we're at a 2.98 energy multiplier now. Compared to what was previously 2 1/3. Which is not a crazy boost, but it's definitely a boost. I'm happy with that. Of course, this build should be performing at more than 140 kpm. This is a top tier build. It's very difficult to find a build that performs better than this in the game. Somehow I have run out of energy though. I have no clue how that happened. Alright, we're back. We might have cast Redline there without the bonus. It's fine if we don't get a bonus on Redline, quite frankly. What we want it on is Nourish. For that extra energy.
Life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
I think it's a tile set here, which is denying us energy. Why am I not getting any energy orbs dropping? No, this is weird. No energy orbs dropping. We're just not getting any energy orbs drop. What the fuck? Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to make Gauss look bad. Now that I'm finally testing him on stream. Well, give me that life support. Oh, and hold on. None of those counted as freezes. Okay, he's a little bit inconsistent.
Life support incoming.
See, like right there, only 4 of those counted. None of those counted. 1 of those, 2 of those counted. None of those counted. None of those counted. Okay, that's... it's odd. Right, but all those count.
Additional life support has arrived.
And I'll tell you right now, I normally do not have anywhere near this many energy problems. Oh, here we go, here's the best room in the game. Right, so I suppose sometimes to keep it up, just occasionally cast it the inverse. It shouldn't have any problems, but sometimes it does for some reason. only Gauss had electricity damage in his kit somewhere, which would thematically make sense. Then we could get Archon Stretch on here as well. That'd be an extra 10 energy per second with almost triple multiplier. That'd be not 10 energy per second. It is 2 energy per second. That'd be 6 energy per second with Nourish. Quite frankly, because of the weird uncomfortness with it's sometimes not working, I'm not sure if I can wholly recommend it. I can pretty safely recommend it on Frost. You might as well slot it onto him. Problem with using it on Frost is why would you? The duration and strength aren't really stats Frost cares about. All he needs is for them to... I mean, strength you don't need much more than whatever you need to strip. Which is like 140, right? Ah, fuck. Right, I'll KPM up for 6 minutes. Alright. No. Right, that's 167 KPM. And that's with some big problems we had. Yeah, there you go. Clip last. I'm just going to stream record that. I'm going to go to streamer and stream record that. Post on Instagram. In fact, I'll include this part right here. So here's a build. Usually, of course, I don't factor Archon Shards into a build because Archon Shards are an absurd level investment. You really need to tune them. It takes way too long to get Archon Shards. But this is my setup for them. So 1 cast speed, 2 duration, 2 strength. Now this is a build. This is quite possibly the single best build in the game. I'd like to see you find something better, because you will not. I mean, you could upgrade Vitality. An Arcane Ice Storm here. So it's a little bit fucky in how it works. It's not 100% consistent. Whereas the other one, Molt Efficiency, is 100% efficient. Whereas this one can sometimes go down. The difference is that Ice Storm gives you 1 extra second on your abilities, as well as an extra pretty chunky energy multiplier. Thanks to Nourish. If you're not running Nourish, then you might as well just stick to efficiency. But if you are, then this is actually really nice. It also just boosts your raw damage by boosting strength. So yeah, this is well worth it. This Arcane, I think. It only took like an hour to get.
Ordis wonders, why is...
And with that, let's move on. Okay.
Ordis supposes everyone has to be somewhere.
So other frames, what frames deal cold in their abilities? You've got Frost here. Oh, well, he has Molt Augmented. I mean, look, here you go. All you need is a Precision Intensifier. That's all you need strength-wise for him. There's no reason to really switch out Mog. Molt Augmented here. Because the strength is less, right? Molt Augmented is 60% strength. I'm sure we get an extra 40% duration, but we don't need that. Eight seconds is already enough. So actually, I don't think I even slot this into Frost. Alright, so let's see how it goes on with Veruna. Alright, she does have Molt Efficiency. She's a very good user of Molt Efficiency because she's invisible. Alright, so let's try it. There will be a Simulacrum Warrior for a moment. We don't need to test this in a practical setting.
The multitude of creatures you have
all
immortalized would cry out in thanks.
Is it 13 statuses her 2 can apply? There's 13 statuses, and you have 5 chances to get cold. Righty, so I think we've already been exposed to the positives and negatives of this. Right there, this spreads the cold very easily. There we go. Okay. So there, once you get the initial hit freezes them, and then on top of that, once the enemy dies, it then freezes them again. But we just lost it. On the other side, you're not losing a lot by losing the buff there. Right there, we just got it back immediately. You know here, being Simulacrum Warrior is hurting our chances. Have I even tested Nautilus in a while? Okay, I have a feeling when this works, it is pretty damn nice. Because power strength is nice on Veruna. So that's increasing the damage dealt of your 2 there, which is where a lot of your damage is actually coming from. Don't forget that. It's also going to be an extra 40% power strength to your 4. And that does mean between this and Molt Augmented, you're getting 100% power strength. I like to emphasize that, 100%. Obviously, that's a chunky buff. That's a really respectable run. If you're in a practical setting right now, we would not be having as much problem keeping them buff up. So we'd have a more constant stream of enemies. Runa is pretty fucking silly at times, isn't she? And also, again, if it goes down, you can very quickly get it back up. We should have just gone into an actual mission. You hit a target with it, you immediately get 1 stack, then that target dies, and then you can then potentially immediately go up to maximum stacks. So we're going to cancel my 4 now. Alright, we've got 20. Right, 22 seconds. That gives us a maximum power strength bonus on our 4 now. And because of how Runa works, this is pretty practical. It's more practical than I think I'm making it look. It's just because it's fucking seem like and Nautilus is kind of pissing me off. Actually, Nautilus, buddy, you are not Elvin. You are not that guy. But this is going to get you a bunch more strength as long as you snapshot it. It's going to get you a lot more strength from your 4. It's going to get you a lot more strength from your 2 as well. And more duration on the invis is also nice. Okay, I kind of want to take this into survival as well. I feel like the last time I tested Runa, I didn't use Nautilus. And I'm thinking that might have been a big mistake. Nautilus can clearly do great things without a complete lack of a cooldown.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Them, all warriors' death.
Why couldn't you have been an exalted rune necromech, man? Or at least keep these animations consistent. What the fuck is this, D? Come on. Why? At least I could have done is giving you a sprint speed boost. camera seems a little bit fucked up now. That's great. Why did I do that? Just 5 minutes, don't need anything more than that. Of course, if you can get the free to activate with the duration bonus, that's nice. But of course, it's really not necessary. That's a bonus you'll never see actually come into fruition because your free is not affected by strength in any way. And of course, duration doesn't really matter the moment it hits 1 minute.
They have just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way.
There you go, it's snapshotted the buff. Things right now I don't feel like I'm doing particularly well, but Nautilus is sucking a lot of enemies. So I feel like I actually am. There's a lot of builds like that where you feel like you're doing really badly, but there's just a lot going on behind the scenes. Alright, this is a good level for a rune, I think. What the fuck is happening? Never mind, the floor in this level has immediately been exposed again. Don't know why I ever think this rune's good.
Activating it will buy you more time.
Right, now our 4 is at maximum power strength. So you need those direct hits to get your 4 to power up. But it is worth getting that, the damage boost. Am I getting kills? Am I doing good? Right now, I don't know. Why did that target there? What is going on? I did put Rune as like one of the best frames in the game on my tier list. I mean, I did test her. I'm pretty sure I did test her without Nautilus, and she hit almost as much KPM as Gauss. Almost. She was a little bit low. She definitely didn't hit 160, like Gauss just did. But she wasn't too far below. I think she was like 130, and he tested that around like 140. Oh, that reminds me, I need to exchange my equipment skills. A lot of people don't know how Runa's nuke works, and quite frankly, neither do I. I just know how to make it work. Doesn't mean I know how it works mechanically wise or mathematically. I think Runa's nuke does not infinitely scale. It scales for any kind of practical mission, but I don't know if you can take Runa to the level cap. Right, we're losing our life support actually a little bit. The way Veruna's nuke works is you cast your 2, you pray you get a slash proc, and then if you get a slash proc, well, regardless, you just hit the enemy with your 4. If you hit an enemy that has a slash proc with your 4, the slash proc just fucking explodes, basically. And they will die instantly, and then they will spread all their slash procs to every enemy in the vicinity, and everyone dies. So basically, your 4 inflicts a really powerful slash proc, and so you use your 2 to ferry that slash proc over to everyone else in range.
Keep up the good work. Extraction is available if you need it.
So it's kind of like a Mark to Death finisher rapier build, but doing it like every second, basically. Whereas Mark to Death only does once every 15 seconds. Mark to Death does have a... I see you saying Mark to Death, what is it? Mecha. Mecha has a 30-meter range, right? Which is admittedly way better than what you're going to get with Veruna. But you still want your 4 to have power strength so you can guarantee the 1 shot, which means guarantee you get the charges, and so you can also increases your slash proc damage.
You conquer yourself.
But it's 5 minutes for that, that's good. It's very good. Holy shit, that's really good. Was that actually 5 minutes? Wait. How long was that? Okay, just under 6. Well, that's including time I spent running away, so it really is 5 minutes. Wow. Alright, if we say 6 minutes is 123 kpm. If we're saying 5 minutes, that's 147 kpm. Of course, anything above like 120 is like pretty much like a top tier build, and then anything above like 140, that is like, this is like one of the best things in the game. So yeah, it's very good. It works on Veruna. So yeah, unfortunately, ironically, you don't really want this augment. I mean, you don't not want it. It's not like bad for Frost, but there's just no reason to use it. Because for Frost, all you need strength-wise is Precision Intensifier. I mean, I have more augmented here, but the duration isn't worth losing 20% strength. So, yeah, a ramp up is fine. So you only need a couple kills to reach 100% armor reduction. So yeah, it's just not worth it on Frost. Classic DE manual. You could try it on Lavos. I don't think it really would be worth it. I think it'd be really impractical to keep up all the time. So Lavos doesn't actually apply as many stacks or stats as you think. So Lavos would actually have some trouble freezing enemies, which would mean you probably need to infusion mod. Or you need to go through a lot of effort, a lot of cold imbuements. I just don't think it'd be worth running on him. Regardless, good Arcane. Should I do an Arcane tier list? I would put this on like high B tier, because the characters it's on is good for them. This is very nice for Gauss, it's very nice for Veruna, but yeah, it like works on 2 frames right now.
Ready for action.
Right, for the last thing I want to do before I end the stream, is there anyone I can fashion to look like Genshin characters? There was one I had in mind. I mean, they don't look much like Garnu's horns, but it's almost kind of there. I miss maining Ivara, man. This fucking Vaporwave fashion, man. I've had this for so long, this fashion. It's one of the first fashions I ever made, which I truly loved. I want to make a new fashion by... I actually like this one. I feel like a lot of people say this is shit. I kind of like it. It's a little bit Metal Geary. I think I'd go with this one. Even though it's my only fashion of crime. Why did I make her a jellyfish? Oh wait, it's a yokai. Sorry, isn't a yokai a cat? Why is this yokai? I like this color palette as well. Damn it. Yeah, this fashion's going. Even though I was a pretty big fan of this. Well, I could. I want to keep a Vaporwave on here. Fuck me, shit. Alright, I don't have regular Ivara, do I? I put her in the bin. Yeah. Alright. This fashion's getting the axe. I'm not making a fashion with just default Ivara. Are any animation sets I want? I have quite a lot of planning right now, so... Not to mention I now plan them on like each console to spend individually. I don't get why different consoles have to make things difficult for us and they can't just allow us to share plan them across all accounts, man. I almost vibe with that. Again, Ivara will always have a special place in my heart because she was the first frame on the loading screen after I started playing. At least I'm pretty damn sure she was. That kind of fits her. Oh yeah, Mag Noble's also kind of just a really good run. I don't have Mace's animation sets? Yeah. Shoulder pain? I'm not a fan of like this curving like that. I'm not sure. It's kind of quite a lot, which I kind of like. The other thing to consider is like the actual weapon holding poses. And do I like them more than just her regular animations? Yeah, I feel like Ivar was the first character to actually have animation. Right, and for this fashion, what kind of skins do you have? Funky. Also funky, we love Grax. And oh my god, Grax is actually so fitting for a wishlist hit. Grax is so fitting for her thematically. That is just pure Metal Gear Solid. Oh, I love that. You're damn far then. Don't you work for DE now? You're a legend, man. You know what you're doing. Anyway, we're going with default. There's a time where I really liked this helmet. I mean, I still do, but it's just... This is just badass. This is also... I really like this one. Alright, so this is kind of grey. Or like an ashen brown, right? Yes. Note that colour down. Ashen brown-ish. That's kind of good. That's the same but darker. There's no colour here which is quite perfect. Come back to it. That's basically spot on. Now, the weird thing about Ivar is, of course, like how her colours work is a bit funky. It's a little bit too red. Opal? What? Since when the fuck did I have this? I think I like that.
Strange.
I have no idea where I got this colour palette from. I do not remember having this. Fuck, look how many colour palettes I got. Something I really expect is, of course, in more recent years, DE have started giving out so many colour palettes, but there's no need to spend on colour palettes anymore. Oh, that's a little bit ugly. No. Zeri, yet another kind of ashen colour. Kinda like that. Just keep searching. That's too grey. I want just a tiny bit more saturation, just a tiny bit more. What we have right now is too much, but this is too little. Also, yeah, the way her colours apply here are really weird. They're funky colour channels. She's always been a hard thing to fashion. Right, if I'm going to find what I want, I'm going to find it here.
The system continues to fall into chaos. Check navigation for active invasions.
Stick around. That's pretty damn close. I am happy with that. I miss back when you could consider Ivara meta. So there was a time when Ivara was actually really overpowered. She could be considered like a top tier frame, but those days are long gone. Back when Concentrated Arrow released, which was a long time ago now, like a long time ago. Back when it first released, it was way more impressive than it is now. I actually kind of like her armor being low-key like that. Well, armor shoulder, or shoulder armor here doesn't make much sense for her. Right? Kind of fits fucking perfectly, almost. And it even kind of works. It's like, I think the whole point of this is supposed to be like camouflage, which always makes me want to make like a green fashion of her. But I don't know how it would flow with her color channels to make like a green Ivara. Cool Ivara fashions. Right, no one cares about Ivara. Oh. Okay. Femme Necros. Wait, what? Pretty cool. Yeah, I quite like that. That looks kind of cool as well. Highly unlikely we'll get a good chest piece. This feels a little bit too default. I don't know. I feel like one of the colours is off balance here. Too much white, too little white. That looks quite nice. Obviously, her signature is the first signature signed down I bought. In fact, it was one of my first signed down as a period. It was probably like the second or third signed down I bought in the game. I've always loved it. Yeah, the backpack doesn't fit. Ooh. I'm almost. It's hard to not have this fit you, man. This just looks so good. Unfortunately, Ivara doesn't really take off anywhere. Oh, you forget I have Uru Prime now. I say now, I don't remember when I got it. The semi-cloak is a little bit too much for me. I wish there was an opacity slider. Like, if I had an opacity slider, I'd probably put it at like 90%. Let's run with this. Right, an Ivara build, right? Oh boy. This is my concentrated Dower build. I don't think there's anything better I can do here. More strength, maybe. Just for more strength's sake. Alright.
You are a true hunter. Where would the sanctuary be?
Why don't Ivara and Banshee swap passives? Oh, thanks. Would have been useful earlier. Right, I think I like this cape. I really hope one day DE has the budget to make it so that Warframe, every Warframe's like walking animation works with their regular animation set. Because the fact like the cape flows perfectly here, but then it kind of stops here. But I like how I can still see Ivara's back. So Ivara's back is probably my favourite back of any Warframe. That sounds weird. Oh, look at us. So yeah, it's just like a little blur. I've yet to actually see the visuals of the invis thing. So keep in mind, right here, all we have to go through this, we're on the dash wire, and we're invis, which means we're getting a headshot damage multiplier. And this is our damage output right now. Not great. Great at clearing trap. But unfortunately, Ivara's damage is even more RNG based than Varuna's. I mean, again, this is level 200 steel part. Right? Let's just turn off Steel Path over there, and then let's see how it goes. Bosh. That's the thing, regular content is now so relatively easy that you don't even consider it anymore in damage calculations, even though it is most of what we play. mean, yeah, that's totally viable for regular gameplay. Now, is there any way around this? I'll be honest, I never used Artemis Bow before Concentrated Ammo released. But I'm pretty sure the general consensus is, yeah, use Concentrated Arrow. We do have toxin gear, which obviously is problematic against these enemies. Thing is, at the time of release, this was good. But again, Ivar is one of its old frames who has not been touched in a long time. Ivar has been very neglected. Right, I mean, just looking at like fucking beam of arrows is pretty satisfying. Alright. Oh yeah, this isn't even silenced. I forgot to put a silencer mod on. Am I even benefiting? You didn't get a headshot damage bonus if you're not in this, do you? So we have to silence this thing. I can't be bothered. Alright. The silenced secondaries. Which can land headshots well. Epitaph? Yeah. I think we should really just face it, like, again, Ivar is just gonna be left behind. Also, yes, you can slide on ropes. A lot of people don't know that. What was with that effect there? That new Dread augment is going to be fun. See, like, why use Artemis Bow? We can just use this. And this works on any frame. Oh, that's not even silenced. The Incarnate mode isn't silenced, yeah. Okay. We could silence that with an adapter. Would I prefer Natarok? Pretty sure. Actually, no, I have no clue which is better. Natarok takes more skill to use, evidently. But it gets results. Oh wow. Yeah, it is still steel power. Yoinks. That just goes. And this is already silenced, so it takes no extra investment. But wait, is the Dread Augment coming? I say coming, it's in the game, you just can't get it yet. That's cool. That's going to allow any frame in the game to turn invisible. Very briefly, but it's there. Granted, that is already in-game via Shade and via, actually, Ivara's Subsume. Okay. I'm feeling kind of tempted to take Ivara into survival now and test how well she works. Oh yes, by the way, I do have 2 Natarok ribbons. No Toy Driven yet. With 2 Natarok. Neither are great, unfortunately. The thing is, the lower your Riven disposition is, the better a Riven needs to be to justify using it. Yeah, I like chambers to the split fires. Hmm? Oh. That's fine. Yeah, you can't use it on this. Okay. Now, effectively, if you're using Dread with any kind of stealth frame, you can effectively use the Dread Augment just to replace Vital Sense. In that case, it's literally just Vital Sense but better. It'll give you more crit damage and it'll give you a safety net. I do have a Dread Rhythm, and it's not a bad one. That's the other thing to consider there. The performance it has against Natarok, I have a good Dread Rhythm. Oh, good is an overstatement, not a bad one. Hold up, okay. I want to compare the numbers. Just look at the raw numbers in comparison to Natarok. Okay. Wow, okay. This is a hard comparison to make. Okay. I'm going to do some maths here. Right. Right, so Dread has... Right, maths. I'm pretty sure I already know how this is going to turn out. I need to screenshot both. Okay, I'm busting out a calculator. Alright, so Dread on a yellow crit gets 17,227. The thing to note with Dread, that does not take into account split flights. Dread has a lot of multi-shot thanks to split flights, which Naturuk does not have. But Dread is an Incarnon, so you need to charge it. Alright. Now let's compare this to Naturuk, which is using Galvanized Chamber. Not a fully stacked Galvanized Chamber, but Galvanized Chamber regardless. Alright, first thing I'm noticing, Naturuk has a higher crit rate, which means... Actually, it doesn't have a high... Well, it does have a higher crit rate on a perfect shot, but otherwise it's because I have critical delay on. Alright, I can already see how this is going. Okay, so... right. So Dread has 17,000. Naturuk has 50,000. Obviously, that's more than double, almost triple the damage. But again, Dread has more multi-shot. However, also taking into account critical chance, Naturuk has better critical chance. And Naturuk doesn't have the disadvantage of being an Incarnon, and Naturuk also has infinite ammo. That hardly matters. How does Naturuk perform on like a regular charge shot? Yeah, is a projectile like less special that way? Wow, it is still zoinky. What? That went. Also, I mean, look at how good the Naturuk is visually with Ivara, man. I have to test this, man. Alright, Ivara rework concept. Let's do this, okay? A Navigator is such a cool ability concept. I just don't think it works on Ivara. Let's get rid of Navigator. Okay? And what we're going to do is we will replace Navigator with an altered state power, because I fucking love that concept, which DE seems... I don't think they've used yet, really. Even though I think it's really cool. Of an idea. So what this does is it opens up a little portal or something. I don't know, portal in some way, some kind of cool visual which makes sense with Ivara thematically. On either side of her. So one on her left, one on her right. And whenever you fire your gun, they fire alongside it. But they don't just fire like a special projectile, they fire your gun's projectile. Which basically, it means you basically have a base kit 3 multi-shot. That means every shot Artemis bow is also multiplied by 3. There you go, that's the Ivara rework, that's it. It's as simple as that. Also, make it so that she has base kit fucking silence. The tracking passive is nice, is one of the better passives, quite frankly, but it's still completely redundant, because every single pet in the game should be running this, which is outright better. So, it's still kind of tragically pointless. Also, the other thing to consider about Artemis Bow here, no rhythm. Whereas with Dread is using rhythm. Artemis Bow, natural luck, I mean. I was also thinking we could get rid of Artemis Bow and give her something which isn't an exalted weapon. But I don't know. I mean, we already have an augment based around it as well. And you do use Artemis Bow to summon her wires. Also, actually, yeah, let's look at Quiver, right? Cloak Arrow. Increase the duration and range. That's it. As is, cool concept. Dash Wire. As is, it's great. I'm alright with it. Keep it as is. Maybe make it just a little bit less buggy, more consistent. Noise, make it so instead of a singular pulse, it's a persistent pulse. So it pulses every couple of seconds, and it has like a really long duration. Just as like an aggro deflector, basically. Have it basically be Octavia's mallet. Or not mallet, resonator. Actually, no, mallet. Sleep Arrow. Yeah, about the same as it is right now, yeah. I think there's nothing wrong with Ivara's kit. That's the thing, she's fun to play. She's just not aged well. There's nothing wrong with her kit. She's just yet another sad tragedy of Warframe moving on. And she just doesn't want to get with the times. Alright, let's go into survival and see how we do with it. Ivara can still do well, but she doesn't do as well as other frames, and she's relying on terrain. Obviously because of her arrows and shit. Again, just another 5 minutes, just to see how this goes.
Each enemy is more powerful than before.
Again, Ivar was probably like the second frame I ever made. The first one was Rhino, because Rhino is everyone's first main. And when I got Ivar, I was like, hey, that's a casual menu screen, so I played it a lot. I've always loved it. Okay, I think I quite like this game. And also part of it, which is good, I think, so you've never seen this cape before. Don't tell me you have, because you haven't. No one uses this cape, and no one ever will. I am the first person on the planet to use this cape on a faction. Why are there so many variants of Vanquished banner? It's not that good, D. No one uses it. That's not a very long hold, that's good. Did I not put Concentrated Arrow back on? I would like the ability to test Concentrated Arrow if I feel like it in a mission, so we're going back. Also, I mean, I could just be bad at building her. What's the point of this augment?
Saddle up.
It's mean, yeah, Toxin here. Yeah.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them a warrior's death.
So on the Dread versus Naturak thing, I will say I think in theory Dread is stronger. If all of Dread's projectiles hit a target, I think Dread deals more damage. Problem is Dread is using split flights, which means it's highly inaccurate. They both have different advantages and disadvantages over each other.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
This will work good.
From little things, big things grow, dreamers. I believe in you all.
It's not the most comfortable dash bar I've ever seen. Quite frankly, I think I'm gonna ditch dash bar. Hold on, guys, just give me one moment. Great.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the
So against
area.
trash here, this is going to do just fine. The moment an Xmas shows up here, then it gets a little bit fucky. Back in the day, 50% flat crit rate on that headshot bonus, that was crazy back in the day. Now it's like, you know, that'd be like a midding armor. Problem with Xmas is you want to put him to sleep so you can easily land up a headshot, but you can't. Because fuck CC, I guess.
Life support on the way.
There's another thing here, the energy consumption is surprisingly bad. Well, not bad, we haven't ran out yet, but you get what I mean.
Additional life support has arrived.
The advantage of concentrated arrow here is first of all like how big the area is, the fact it goes through walls, and also the fact you can basically deploy it across the map. Still, compared to like just like a typical AoE weapon setup, this is not all that great, is it? Let's be honest. And I'm going through all this effort to set up these arrows, like no other frame does this. Which is both a good and a bad thing, isn't it, really? I'm trying to think, like, how can we improve this without removing the spirit of it? I mean, there's always just increase with damage. The thing is, increasing damage is a fucking solution. This is technically not a solution. If we increase the damage, it doesn't change the fact that there will be a level you can go to where the damage isn't enough. So is that even truly fixing the problem? I'm not sure if I would say either way. I really feel like that shouldn't happen like that. I shouldn't have to take several shots just to kill one basic dude.
Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause. When you are ready, go to extraction.
Also, because of our setup time, I'm going to go for 6 minutes here, and then I'm going to count it as 5 minutes, just to give myself a little fair shake. We did lose quite a decent bit of time due to setup and trying to come here. What the f... Whoa! 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 Yeah. Alright. Yeah, even if you say 5 minutes, it's still not a good KPM. We were starting to run out of energy as well. Alright, I'll continue looking into the Ivara issue. She would probably work pretty damn well in this room. Now that's a kind of tech I love. A lot of people don't know about the whole jump off a dash while you get a massive speed boost thing.
So you conquer
But I do.
yourself.
Maybe I'll look into it and see if anyone else has actually got some good Ivara builds. So I'd love to actually use her again. Yeah, I do have Harmony built, so I'd complete the Jades collection. Yeah, I wish. I would love to be the guy who actually designs kits for characters, because I have so many ideas, man. There are a lot of ways you can go about doing the same thing, but still make it feel fresh. Like, what I said for Ival was basically Mirage's one, but this is coming from a very different context.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence.
So Ival is doing it in a tactical way,
Error, not a number.
whereas Mirage is doing it to blow shit up. Anyway, that's that. Actually, wait. I'd just like to point this out right here. What other frames do I actually have posters of right here? Can you tell me? The answer is technically Banshee. Ivar's the only frame I actually have a poster of. Just to show I do love it. Also Silver Alias, just because I really like this art. I think it's really cute. I mean, technically I do have this here, but you know I have this here. Frame fighter, fuck's sake.